Good, I like it. Well done.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I call the regular meeting to order at 5:34 p.m. Do we please have a roll call?
Board Member Aaron Cimental.
Present.
Board Member Norma Gonzalez.
Present.
Board Member Patrice Stanzioni.
Present.
Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Here.
Board Member Dina Flores. Here. Student Board Member Victoria Ceja. Student Board Member Italia Mancia.
Here.
Interim Superintendent Dr. Julie Harrison.
Here.
Susan Ibarra.
Here.
Tamika Lee Nolasco. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quorum is present. Approval of the agenda for the regular board meeting of April 21st, 2026. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion offered by Ms. Stanzioni. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Rivera. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion is carried. Preliminary items, pledge of allegiance. Dr. Harrison, would you please introduce our guests this evening?
Yes, thank you, President Cimental. I would like to bring up the proud principal of Bassett High School, Dr. Maldonado Rios, who has two very special students with us here today.
Good evening, Board President Cimental, members of the board, Dr. Harrison, Superintendent, audience, and of course, community. It's my pleasure to introduce two young ladies today who are going to be doing the Pledge of Allegiance with you all. Both very exceptional students. You know, we have an athlete who does all kinds of sports and does all her grades and does an amazing job. And then we have Ms. Castellanos, who's also our superintendent one day. She is our valedictorian, but we got the news yesterday that Ms. Castellanos was awarded the Gates Millennium Scholarship. So we just want to kind of recognize that. They're saying they can't hear.
There's no audio out.
There's no audio out there?
Okay.
What about the small room?
The small conference room?
Okay. So, yes, I'm just very proud of our students, and they're gonna lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance, so you guys. Yes, we go, they wanna address it, they wanna say something before they, go ahead.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So, and I think they also had a couple of words they wanted to say to the board, so.
Hello, my name is Shalice Castellanos. I am a senior at Bassett High School, and as Dr. Maldonado said, I am this year's valedictorian. And I'm planning on going to UCLA and majoring in public health to want to become a PA. My name is Sitlali Sterna. I am a senior at Bassett High School. I'm involved in, as Dr. Maldonado said, sports such as cross country and track and field. Also other clubs like the marching band, NHS, and track, and the Triad Music Honor Society. This fall I plan to go to Cal Poly Pomona. Right now I'm majoring in liberal studies, but I want to change that to sociology to hopefully one day work with students. Thank you.
Any welcoming words from the board, Ms. Fox?
Congratulations to both of you. Thank you so much for being out here. Glad to see you're moving on to college. Whatever you do in college, please get involved. Ms. Cerna, is it? Cerna? Yes. Gosh, this is well-rounded. Sports, clubs, everything else. Continue to get involved. I promise you it'll make your time go so much faster. As for you, Ms. Castellanos, congratulations on your scholarship and for getting valedictorian. That's great. Looking forward to see you walk across the stage. So yes, UCLA, that is great. I don't know if the letters are inverted because soon to be Castellanos. So we have a Bruin here. So congratulations.
Thank
to
you.
both of you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to both of you, Ms. Castellanos. Congratulations on valedictorian. And I know you're gonna have great success at UCLA. It's a great school. He went, one of my kids went, and they did great. So you too, Ms. Cerna, congratulations on sports and being in clubs and athletic, continue working at, being in sports at college. And you're gonna see how fast it, like my colleague said, it goes fast and you really enjoy it. And you see that another type of life, it's not like high school or anything, that you really will enjoy. So enjoy both of you and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Oh. Congratulations. I have no words of wisdom other than follow your dreams, stay true to yourself. That's kind of it. Never give up. There's always, the only direction is forward. And you will hit humps on the road and you can always get past them. And it's so incredibly wonderful to see you represent Bassett Unified. Because you're a homegirl. Don't ever forget it. Come back and visit, come back and share. Because you are just destined for great things, both of you. Always remember that.
Congratulations and welcome. And I do have to say that I can feel the proudness over here. We're very, very proud of everything you both have accomplished. And like my colleague said, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be terrifying, but it's definitely going to be fun and make for really good stories at the end of the day and a beautiful degree. So yes, come back if you need anything, reach out. We're here for you.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the board. There's a lot of people tonight, so welcome to everyone here. But congratulations to you both. Before I went to UCLA, I went to Rio Hondo College and then transferred. So as a very proud Bruin myself, congratulations. And literally all my friends, like my close sisters-in-law, they all go to Cal Poly. So literally both of you, I'm like, yay, I got both the schools. Sorry. Don't have much else to say. Just thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to all the amazing things you both will do. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to say real quickly, these two to the board, one of the things that was mentioned earlier, I've seen for the last 2 years, every single time I'm at the high school, these are the two I see. And I wanted to just point out the Gates Millennial Scholarship that Charlie secured is an every last dollar scholarship. So it's tuition, it's books, it's Starbucks, it's everything she needs. So just could not be more proud of these two young ladies and just want to say thank you. And then we want to get a picture. So if you guys could slide right, see that little space right in between board member Rivera and board member Nancy?
Stand right there, and then we're gonna get a picture, Lindy. So they're gonna stand and squeeze together. Yes.
Sorry. Give me one. I got you.
Sorry, ready? 1, 2. Awesome.
Thank you.
If I could ask for unanimous consent that we go out of order and recognize the first 2 items of presentations first before student board members. There's no objection. Perfect. We'll proceed to presentations, recognitions. Item 1, academic decathlon recognition. Dr. Harrison, would you mind
Yes, thank
introducing our
you.
guests?
Again, I would like to bring up the proud principal of Bassett High School to introduce our academic decathlon team.
As the proud principal of Bassett High School, I'm Nueva Vista High School.
That's right.
I come before you to recognize some of our students who have actively participated in the academic decathlon program. They have worked tirelessly this whole year on Saturdays and whenever they needed to after hours to prepare for this county-wide competition. And of course, they do all of this under the direction of their advisor, Ms. McDonough, who's also here. So it is my pleasure to be able to present these students to you at this time. So the first, so when you guys come up, I'm gonna give your certificate and then you're gonna stand there, right? Okay, so our first student that we're gonna recognize is Mr. Jeremy Galvan. Slide into where?
USC and UCLA.
But where's he going?
I'm not sure. I did it.
And he's all. Brian Trent. Eden and Rodriguez. Yara Gonzalez. Isaac Jimenez. I think I'm good. And of course, I would be remiss if we did not congratulate, thank our teacher, Ms. McDonough. You want the picture first?
Let's take the picture first, yeah.
You guys already
You guys are in the
have-
perfect spot. So you guys will just need to kind of like one of these.
Yeah. And then, yeah, perfect. That's right.
All right, I'm gonna squeeze in here, guys, sorry. Let me see what.
Up here.
That's good. All right, then we gotta kind of bend down a little bit, squish it in.
No, don't bend down, so you'll see me.
Bend down a little bit in the middle.
Can you guys see him? Okay.
Oh, board members.
So look at him for. Okay, now look at Charlize, please, guys.
Oh, it's my sport. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
That would be great.
Well, reverse myself very briefly. Welcome to the board. There's some of you who I've seen familiar faces before, so congratulations on this awesome accomplishment. I myself went to Bassett High School, so as a proud fellow Olympian, thank you for being here and congrats.
Yes. Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations. I have experienced as a judge the decathlon, so I know how hard you guys work. So thank you and congratulations.
So very proud of you guys, and I'm so excited to know that there are so many underclassmen that are gonna be moving forward next year. As a judge also for the last couple of years, I've been just wanting to shout from the hills that I'm from your school. Couldn't be more proud of you. You are the movers and the shakers and the leaders of tomorrow. Remember that. Your poise and your confidence will serve you well in any future that you decide to take on. I look forward to working with you. And a special, incredibly big thanks to Mrs. McDonough, who spends tireless hours, everything she does. You know, I was an old speech coach, so I know what she puts into this, her heart and her soul and her time and her tears. And it wouldn't be anything without her, and you know that. So to all of you, thank you for representing us so well. Love the jackets, although I like the ones last year.
Congratulations. Thank you, Mrs. McDonough, for helping them and teaching them and being their coach. Thank you, guys. You did a great job. Bassett is very proud of you. Us, the community, everybody. So thank you.
Congratulations to all of you. This is a great accomplishment. I'm so happy and proud to see this group. And I think we have some missing from here, right?
Yes.
So yes, thank you to all for missing. Okay, this is great. This is big. Continue to do well. Keep reaching for the stars because you're already up there doing great. Ms. McDonough, thank you so much for your dedication to this team. Continue to do well, all of you. Okay, wishing you all the best. Congratulations to the salutatorian also. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yes. Yeah, it's hard. They're like in many different places. All right, so we also are honoring Truc Nguyen, Thon Truc Nguyen. Shinjin Lopez. Sahil Bhatti. Finally, Rashane Bhatti.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before she leaves the chamber.
Hi, thank you.
Yes, you got it. We do want to go to the next item. So this is Women of Achievement Award. Dr. Harrison, do you want to do just a brief background for this?
Sure. We were recently informed that our amazing principal at Bassett High School, Dr. Maldonado Rios, was being honored by Senator Bob Archuleta with a Women of Achievement Award. It's a very prestigious award. They hosted a beautiful brunch for all of the honorees, and a few of our team was able to make it, but many of us could not make it. And we'd be remiss to not celebrate her tonight. So with that, I'd like to bring Dr. Maldonado Rios back.
Well, let us all say something, but for myself, I do want to give you the certificate of recognition, at least on behalf of the Board of Education, and some flowers. As a fellow Olympian, as a younger brother alumni with the high school, that also had a brother who went to Nueva Vista, so we're both an Olympian and Explorer family. Thank you so much for the complete, it seems, and I hope folks who are actual teachers there can cooperate this culture shift at the high school. Of course, no version of society, a school district is not perfect. There's always going to be some challenges, but that should not diminish the absolute breath of fresh air 180 that school has gone. I think we hear from the parents, we hear from the staff, whether they're classified or certificated, we see it from our team that both Bassett High School and Nueva High School have had such tremendous success under your leadership. I'm not sure, however, the senator, assessed how best to give you that award. And I know you told me about it, and I still couldn't make it because my brother said that's the day that I should go to Arizona. So I couldn't make it there myself. So I hope you don't mind that I brought the award
Thank you
ceremony
so
to you.
much. I appreciate
So congratulations. We'll go around.
Riveting, but I was there.
Yes.
And it was such a beautiful ceremony, and all of the women that were being awarded that night or that day were amazing. But definitely, Dr. Maldonado, thank you for everything that you do for our students and our educators and our staff. You are appreciated. Thank you.
You should be really proud of the work you've done to achieve this. This recognition is not given lightly or to everybody, and that is significant. Keep moving forward, more awards, keep making us look good.
We're trying.
Thank you.
What could I say? I've known her since she was little at Don Julian. She went Don Julian. I was a community liaison there, and I saw her sisters, her family, her brothers. It's a well-deserved award that you received. And congratulations. It couldn't have been a better person to get. Thank you.
I had to beg, come on. Senator Archuleta's list every single day till I got in. Congratulations, Dr. Maldonado. You know I'm one of your biggest cheerleaders. The amazing things you're doing at the high school are just so awesome and so amazing. So this award really demonstrates your outstanding leadership, your dedication to education, and commitment to empowering the students of our community. Our students are so fortunate to have you as a leader, and all the staff literally at the high school. But More so, you are the lead there and you're bringing it all, you're making it happen for students. And I really, really thank you for all that you do. This is an incredible accomplishment. Congratulations to you.
I brought my family, my dad. This is not an award that I got, it's the work that all of us do together. Like I kind of leadership, but they're all like, can you do this, you can do that? And of course, my assistant principal, Dr. Eloise, my other half over there in the corner.
Absolutely.
And my teacher. Miss Mary? Oh. Away from me.
Tap Tanya.
And my family. Tiene que estar al lado.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Señora, ven ustedes.
Bien, bien, gracias.
¿Cómo está?
No conozco de algunos años.
Ya. Deberíamos ser compadres.
Por algo.
Gracias por prestarnos a su hija.
Gracias.
Oh, yeah, Dad, go, Dad.
Are you sure? No.
Right here.
Me too.
I don't wanna, yeah, I don't wanna cover you.
Yeah, come on, kids.
Yay.
You guys can come back a little more if you want.
Yeah, do they want, you want to come back up? There's more room back here, there's more room back here. There you go, like that, kneel like that.
Mendoza, you're little, get in front.
So look here first, and then,
Can't see them.
can't see who.
Dolores.
Sorry.
Dolores.
No, it's sorry.
Oh, okay, you can get there, you're right there.
1, 2.
Go down a little. There.
Hold on, Dr. G.
Why did you change the picture? I know. Fine right there.
Dr. G, come on, Dr. G. Your mom will take it for you. Right? Come on, thank you, Dolores.
Yay.
Is he gonna climb up?
Hold me. No.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
You guys are in it.
You can't see.
Go Bruins.
No Bruins, no. See her?
Oh, okay, no.
See her? Yay, Dr. Maldonado.
I think one of them is like that.
I like it.
Oh,
She told me
They put in close.
Yeah.
I want to see it anyway.
See these kids do fingers.
Okay, now fill up the crowd.
We'll now begin with the District English Language Advisory Committee recommendations.
Wait, did we do the couple?
No, I know, we'll do
Oh,
all
you're
that.
doing it? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Thank you, Board President Pimentel. At this time, I would like to bring up Mr. Jason Tavite, who will be sharing with us our DLAC recommendations for the 25-26 school year.
Good evening,
Evening.
President Simental, members of the board, Dr. Harrison. Every year, the DLAC, which is the District English Learners Advisory Committee, prepares, they work very hard all year long and looking at the data, the needs of the district, and they prepare their annual recommendations, which is in requirement in Ed Code. And so I'll just read their statement, and if any members of the DLAC are here, you're welcome to come up. I don't know, we invited everybody, but their highlights from the 25-26 school year. The parents appreciate many of the actions taken by the district this year to address the DLAC's recommendations from last year. DLAC recognizes and appreciates the planning of a new math curriculum demonstrating efforts to bring cohesion to K-12 math instruction. Additionally, we appreciate the math professional development for teachers that will come with the new adoption. Parents of Bassett High School appreciate their T-shirts for participating in the BHS School Site Council and ELAC. In the reclassification ceremony this year, parents appreciate the inclusion of testimonials from an RFEP senior from Bassett High School and an administrator who shared the importance of reclassification with parents and students. We also recognize the efforts to increase parent engagement through more events and meetings at all schools this year. The DLAC hopes this continues. Increased communication regarding progress on district goals was appreciated as well. Lastly, we appreciate the many cultural events that were planned for this year. And then they have 6 recommendations for next school year. Recommendation 1, focus the EL task force on identifying unified essential ELA and ELD standards using the current ELD program. Also provide more professional development for ELD teachers. Recommendation 2, there is a strong need for a district ELD coordinator in Bassett. Consider hiring a person focused on strengthening both designated and integrated English language development at all schools. Recommendation 3, adopt an ELD curriculum and find ways to connect it to the English language arts curriculum. ELD is happening throughout the district, but it seems many are working in isolation rather than through a unified program. Recommendation 4, across the middle school and high school grades, commit to some specific and highly effective integrated ELD strategies that all teachers will use to increase access and academic achievement for ELs in all subject areas. Recommendation 5, invite Bassett High School parents to attend middle school open house events to create opportunities that encourage parent-to-parent communication and collaboration for the purpose of promoting Bassett High School's programs. And finally, recommendation 6, use translation devices to assist Spanish-speaking parents and improve communication during DLAC meetings. And this concludes their recommendations. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have about the DLAC or their recommendations.
Very much. Any questions from the board? Ms. Nandioni?
Is there not an interpreter at these DLAC meetings?
We do work with, to help each other during that meeting, and we do presentations that have a translation running across the bottom of the screen. But I think they would like something a little more robust rather than that.
Which is not
Yeah.
unfair to ask.
Any additional questions? From for myself, just thank you very much. If you could please reiterate to the DLAC our appreciation for them and developing this report. And then I'm sure our team will work a way to incorporate them into next year's plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go into the Education Support Services Group Leadership Profile Report. I will, I guess, not refer to Dr. Harrison here. I believe we have Vicky and then Lillian. I'm like, I feel like I've been talking to you both so casually, I almost forgot your last names. I'm so sorry.
That's okay, you can call us by our
Ms.
first name.
King and Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you.
It took me a second.
And do we have that presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon me? Great. Well, I'll start by saying good evening, everyone. Thank you. It's nice to see our student board members. I don't think you were here the first time we came, so. Thanks. Okay, here we are. Good, well, good evening. Thank you, Board of Education, for this opportunity to present our ESS findings from the stakeholder engagement process. Dr. French and I also want to thank Executive Assistant Alexandra Zuniga and our Chief Technology Officer, Edwin Lee, who I've seen around today, and our webmaster, Tom Covington, and the entire Bassett Unified School District for welcoming us, for assisting us, and for accommodating us during this whole process. Tonight's discussion, we have the next, am I doing this? Okay. Tonight's discussion will talk about the purpose of the education partner or stakeholder engagement and the participants that were involved, and then the data collection. But most importantly, we'll talk about what we heard and what we learned from all the stakeholders. So how does the engagement process inform the search your search process? There's a number of reasons why this happens. It supports an understanding of the district issues and opportunities from all types of perspectives. So we did talk to so many different people. It allows education partner input to be a part of the recruitment and vetting efforts that we go through as ESS. And it also provides data and insights that guide the board when you're selecting your next superintendent. And then it offers a roadmap of essential actions for the newly hired superintendent. So I want to thank all the stakeholders, we both do, who participated in both the interviews and online. While these numbers may seem low to some, they are very solid numbers for a district of this size, and certainly large enough of a sample size to identify universal trends and themes. And we really want to give special thanks and commendation to the Bassett High School students who participated in the stakeholder engagement. Maybe you were there? Yes, I think I remember you now. They were so engaged and on task and had great discussions amongst themselves because we separated them in 2 tables and really provided amazing input. It was one of the highlights of our engagement process. So thank you. Yeah. So we started by asking all of the stakeholders, what are the strengths of Bassett Unified School District that would really attract the next superintendent to want to work here? On all of these slides, this is not the exact order. We just, just all 3 important. So the first that came up, and everyone talked about this, was size as a strategic advantage. It allows for leadership and staff to be visible and develop personal connections with every person in the district, from students up. And then also the district is well positioned to implement meaningful district-wide improvements faster and more efficiently than a larger district. And really, almost everyone talked about that. And secondly, people talked about, as you very well know, the strong community relationships that you have here at Bassett. I want to say that Dr. French and I personally experienced what I'm calling the Bassett welcome. And I've never really felt such a strong community, such a deep connection and a family atmosphere so quickly. And it's something that you can talk about and we heard about, but it was really amazing to experience it. And we both felt like we did. And then thirdly, you have a student-centered focus. Bassett is truly a district that puts the student needs first, wellness first, and success first. And that resonated from the Board of Education all the way down to everyone. Okay, then we asked people, what are the district needs and opportunities that an incoming superintendent should know to be best positioned to support the district moving forward? Again, not in this particular order, but staff recruitment and retention. Stakeholders felt there was an opportunity to strengthen a supported, valued, and sustainable staff culture to lead to greater retention and recruitment. A lot of this is already happening. That's why we're talking about opportunity to further these types of things. And then stakeholders also highlighted several factors that would be helpful in building a more resilient workforce. And then another need or opportunity would be a desire for more aligned systems and structures. It's currently in progress, stakeholders outlined, but they also outlined opportunities to further enhance continuity, coherence, and consistency district-wide. We heard those words often. And then also an opportunity for stronger cross-department collaboration for greater follow-through and accountability. And then thirdly, for an issue and opportunity, we heard about, we all know that there's declining enrollment in the state of California. It's something we all talk about, but stakeholders highlighted some local student experiences they thought might be influencing the enrollment at Bassett, as well as the need for more programs to enhance student experience. So next we asked stakeholders, what are the desired qualities and characteristics of the next superintendent for Bassett Unified School District? And if you look at the top, the report heading on page 3, you'll see some of the most common qualities and characteristics desired of an incoming superintendent. You'll see a positive face of the district, out of a box thinker, someone who's driven, has integrity, has knowledge of fiscal management, and is trustworthy and can build an atmosphere of trust. So all of those things are important. And then there's another robust list. So it's so robust that I decided to put it on 2 different slides. And I tried to make it easy by really bolding the words we heard the most. So we heard about a visionary leader that would move the district forward. We heard someone who's student-centered, someone who's a systems thinker, and then an academic and instructional leader. We heard the word follow through and accountability a lot in both the online survey, which we'll get to, and then also the interviews. A skilled listener who values labor partners, and then someone with cultural proficiency, and someone who's visible and approachable. We heard that maybe most of all. And then someone who respects everything about that, the history, the culture, the community, staff, expertise, and then building on the existing strengths that we already have. So now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. French.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the survey results that was available to everyone online. And we're looking to see how well they align with the focus group and where there might be difference. So this is the number of respondents that we received. As Dr. King summarized, it is a good per capita response rate based on the size of the district. And the majority of the respondents you can see here were either parents or guardians or certificated staff. And that is also pretty typical of surveys as well. So what this asked was rankings of 9 categories and weighing them by level of importance. So was this critically important, mildly important, or unimportant? And we combined them all, and we really, when looking at the data, we saw 3 tiers here. The first tier are teaching and learning, school safety, very close, understand school and community culture, and fiscal management. Those really are very closely aligned and were the very top. Taken together, they really represent what the community views as the most important areas of expertise and experience for a future superintendent. The next tier, I would say, focuses on relationships. It's community relations and negotiation and labor relations. And the third tier of importance, but even that tier was still quite high. Experience as a principal, facilities management, and board governance experience. So the next slide, people had to choose, I think out of 10 choices or 11 choices, their top 5. So they were forced to rank. And what you can see, number 1 comes out is an atmosphere of trust. That was absolutely the idea of trust and support and integrity. Again, very similar to what we saw in the book. They're followed closely by knowledge of teaching and learning practices. And then third, the idea of being visible and present throughout the community. So looking at all of these, and you can see that it's an overwhelming percentage focuses on the idea of integrity, trust, support, personal characteristics, seeking someone who is trustworthy, visible, and approachable. For us is, I think, so now let's look at personal attributes. So these are also ranked by top 5, and see it's very similar. You can see the connections. Honest and ethical rises to the top, followed by approachable, and then the next 3 were very much in line. Problem solver, someone inclusive, someone who's collaborative, and an exceptional communicator. So finally, we're going to look at district conditions. So this is where people either could strongly agree about what did they feel are the most important things to consider when looking at the district conditions. And the top one was the students receive high quality education that prepares them for college, career, and life. And that very well aligned to what we heard from the students. One of the things that they talked about is that they have counselors who help them understand the college application process, who help them even, as they go through the process. And then followed slightly behind is also students feel valued and connected to schools. And then you see academic goals. So it's all about education. Again, focus on education. And then the 4th is adequate resources to support student learning. So again, we heard very much all tied to student learning. So that's a report, and we're happy to take questions.
Yeah, what questions do you have for us?
Thank you both very much. Like begin, Ms. Close.
Hi, first of all, I'd like to say thank you so much. I mean, Ms. Vicky, it's so nice receiving your text every Friday. You look on your report. And thank you, Ms. Lillian, for taking the time to discuss with me yesterday all my crazy out there questions. Thank you, I appreciate it. So no, I honestly don't. This is actually very enlightening. The survey and the results of the survey is very enlightening. So I appreciate you compiling all this information and putting this together. So let's see.
You make such an important point in that it is a rare occasion that board members get an opportunity to kind of get this input to understand the culture and climate of the district. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate your comment.
I am a very big advocate of can't fix what you don't know is broken, but hearing some of them, I mean, we could be heading in this direction, but in reality, we need to be looking at this direction type of thing. So that's really good. I really just went through all that. Again, I can't thank you enough, Ms. Lillian, for taking the time to just hear me out. Yeah, I really appreciate that.
That's what we're here for.
Ms. Rivera.
Thank you for the report and for texting to see if we had any questions. So, thank you. It's a good report and it's what I expected, the parents, the community to be very honest and just say what they need, and our staff, everybody, just come on and say exactly what it is that they're looking for and they would like to see. So thank you for the questions you asked them and giving them the opportunity to let us know. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sandhya.
I think, again, I'd say it like her, there's no surprises. It's what I thought they'd be, listening to the community and what our needs have been over the years. I think they nailed it really well. I think it's indicative of a larger number, although we didn't have a really big number. I think this really exemplifies a lot of it. Looking at the percentages, is critically important. I think it was just nailed on the head. The history and the experience that this district has gone through and where their needs are, where their wants are, where they need to be, where they deserve to be. So thank you.
Thoughts?
Thank you again for reaching out to us the day before. If you had any questions, that was very helpful. And I do also appreciate the results and really do appreciate that you understood where we were coming from and how we really want to take care of not just the students, the parents, our staff, our educators, but the whole community. I can see that in this packet in the report that you really did understand what we were trying to say to you about our community, and that is very much appreciated. So thank you.
Did either of you by any chance attend the session that they had at the high school?
Yes.
Would you want to share how that experience went? You don't have to. I'm just
Good idea.
giving you an opportunity if you want to share feedback.
I think it was a really good opportunity for us to be able to pick like how we want our superintendent, how like it'll be helpful for our school. And I really liked how they shared like some ideas that we could provide them with. And yeah, it was
Again, just wanted to check in. Thank you for connecting with the students because I know all here as just a board, we're like, how are we gonna do that? But it sounded like it was more than successful. Thank you for the report. Thank you both for all the time. I know I talked to Vicky a lot, but Lillian, thank you for being here and for all your support as well. And for whoever did the survey, if you're in the room or not in the room, I hope you found it beneficial. I've said it once, I said it again, I appreciate a lot of support to our interim leadership. I think we all support, but I've always been a firm believer that our district deserves a competitive recruitment. And I think this kind of proves that fact, at least from my experience as a former student to then a community member, a personnel commissioner. Not doing the competitive recruitment is, in my experience, at least as one individual board member. So to see this result, I think it's well informative as we do that last process of actually interviewing folks and making a selection. So thank you all or you both for being here for that.
And I do think Dr. Harrison was probably who really helped get the high school moving. I know she helped me. So thank you for that, everyone involved, because that really was an incredible highlight of the process for us. And I really felt like the feedback that students gave was, a lot of the same themes and trends that we saw amongst other groups. With that said, I think this is an action item. Do you take action later?
It'll be later, yes.
Okay, so you'll let us know if there's any changes or anything like that then. Okay, great.
You're welcome to stay, or you can also go home if you want.
I think we'll stay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Personnel Commission budget presentation. Dr. Harrison, would you mind
Yes.
introducing?
Thank you. I have the pleasure of introducing Ms. Janelle Sanchez, our Director of Personnel, who has prepared for us the Personnel Commission budget presentation. Thank you for being here, John.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Simental, members of the Board of Education, Interim Superintendent Dr. Harrison, community and staff. I appreciate the opportunity in presenting the budget a little earlier than we do year over year. I think it gives an opportunity for discussion and conversation versus be held to very tight deadlines that are dictated by LACO. So having the ability to discuss priority items, any revisions that need to be made, and background as to the budget that I am bringing forward. So as you look at the budget sheet, the top half, which is the personnel budget, that is non-discretionary, that only represents staff costs. So you have the classified salaries subtotal. You see an overage of $19,133. And that specifically reflects being fully staffed, which is an amazing accomplishment. It has not happened in the 8 years I've been here. It has not been consistent. So I definitely appreciate my staff that I have, in addition to step and column. So all of our salary schedules as you move from step 1 to step 2 and so on, is a 5% increase. That is locked in. That is what the Board of Education has approved. Therefore, it's only reflecting that step in column increase for the 2 management positions, director and analyst, as well as our CSEA represented position in the technician. For the commissioners, you're only seeing a $50 stipend for all 3 to attend the meetings, so nothing extra there. So I just wanted to, break out those costs. So I can certainly lean more on our business and fiscal partners to provide additional detail, but the next section for employee benefits, quite a few of these items are specific percentages of salary, while others are specific costs. So the ins and outs of all of those, I don't personally know, but I worked very closely with our budget and fiscal partners in developing these costs, since that is their expertise, their area of expertise. So one item that I did want to call out is in Object Code 3412, Health and Welfare Benefits. The commission has seen for many years, not one commissioner elect and opt into health and welfare benefits. This year, we have received interest from 2 commissioners and possibly enrolling. So we want to make sure that we accurately reflect that in the projected budget for 26-27. And then something that you are seeing that is new is that there is a management staff member that has opted out of benefits. So technically the cost has come down, but there is a cash in lieu of benefits that is represented by Object Code 3912. So for the total personnel budget, there is an increase of 24,796, and that's specific to business and fiscal projections of staff salaries and benefits. As you go to the bottom half of the budget, you'll see very minimal increases, but I wanted to, provide the opportunity of background as to each line item. For Object Code 4350, office supplies, I'm recommending $200. That's only to replenish our paper, as well as possibly get a name plate in the event that there's a new commissioner or staff member. So very minimal, being fiscally responsible and prudent, considering that we would be asking for over this year. So that's the only item in office supplies. For mileage, that represents the management stipends that are listed in board policy, so nothing above and beyond that. For staff development, conferences, and travel, you'll see in the actual budget costs there that were not allocated. This was specifically provided as an opportunity by our former superintendent, Dr. Alvarez, where there is opportunity for continuous learning, or if there is any projections that may have been adjusted, you can use the difference of projection versus actual in these areas. So specifically, what has been spent in 25-26 in the actual budget is the leadership symposium. So the cost for 2 management staff members to attend the annual instructional year kickoff. It allows for the opportunity to partner with all management of the district and our confidential employees in setting up the instructional year for success. In addition, the attendance of myself to the 2026 California School Personnel Commissioners Association Conference, and that took place in March. As you look at the projected budget, you'll see that there is an increase, a tentative cost of $8,000. And I believe the superintendent's office did provide you the background of those costs. So that is increasing the conferences from 1 to 3, as well as projections of what we think the 2026 Leadership Symposium costs will be. So specifically, I have taken on the role of representing the Association of California School Administrators, or ACSA, serving on the Council of Classified Education Leaders. So that's a 3-year tenure. There is in-person expectation to attend the meeting itself. It is the meeting is then followed with an institute, which I did not request to attend because it was in Northern California. I want to be mindful of our costs, but now that the Classified Education Leadership Institute is in Southern California, that is a better opportunity for me to represent my council. And then the AXA also throws an annual personnel institute in September. That is something that has not, Bassett has not sponsored a personnel commission staff member to attend. It is a very valuable institute, so I want to, project and request the opportunity to attend, but knowing that it may not happen, but we have to start from somewhere. And then the CSPCA conference, so we do attend annually. It would be for one member to attend if that's a staff member or a commissioner member, because both are invited. And so the next line item down, 5310, memberships and dues. 2,925 is a specific quote to continue our service agreement with our testing materials vendor. We partner with them, providing our classification specifications, our knowledge, skills, and abilities that we've aligned with the district on for each position, and developing relevant test materials based off of those class specs. And then for 5810, professional contracted services, I did receive, or I sought out quotes by 5 recommended individuals with my counterparts at Merit System districts to cost out what it would be to have a hearing officer oversee a possible appeal hearing. So this has not come up in the commission before in my tenure with the district in the last 8 years. It is a right that our classified employees have in the event that there's a disciplinary action or a termination. They have the right to request an appeal. There are 2 options of how the district personnel commission would go about that. One would be a hearing officer to ensure that this legal proceeding is followed litigiously and accurately. And the other option is for the district to do it themselves. So for the director to basically assume that role of the hearing officer, I would strongly recommend that we have the professional start, and then it's an opportunity for me to learn from there. The reason I provided the projection for this year, this specific contract doesn't need to necessarily move forward, but allocating the costs that I received from my quotes, and in the event that a classified employee was to seek an appeal, if we don't have a budget set aside, if we don't have a contract set aside, then there is kind of a delay in proceedings in bringing that forward to the Board of Education. So last year when a classified member who was terminated was weighing their options on how best to proceed with the appeal, timing was a consideration, because while you're in this appeal process, you're not officially terminated. So you can't seek unemployment options until you are defined as unemployed. So if the appeal process takes, a month to 2 months, as expeditiously as we can to get the contract to the board for approval, then getting on the docket of the person and actually scheduling the proceedings, we would want to minimize that lead time as much as possible, and allocating a budget can help us do so. And then lastly, communication cell phone, that's just my stipend and using my personal phone for district purposes. So there is an increase of $30,000 for total operational budget, so the discretionary fund. So in total, I am requesting a budget of $489,430, which represents an increase of $78,267. So I know that that's a big number. We have declining enrollment. We need to be mindful of our funding. So at minimum, I would request the personnel budget increase of $24,000 that just represents the step-in column and benefits adjustments year over year. And then happy to answer any questions you have.
Hi, thank you so much. Yeah, we just got this today. So on the, I recognize on the classified salaries, that kind of was an expectation, because you did say at the last year's presentation that, you know, you weren't fully staffed, so, but okay, we went there. And I recognize that Social Security, Medicare, go up based on the salaries. I'm familiar with that. I'm learning that at work. The thing with, the 20,000 for, but down to 5810 for professional contracted services, I understand, but in the past, the district has been the one managing it. So why the need to go out, and why not, what, am I probably not understanding something? Why would we need to have outside come in if it's something that the district can handle? Why would we go out there? And then the other one is, when the budget was presented, because I remember you asked from last year, you asked for more than 411, I think. Asked for more 11, but you know, it ended up going back to 411. But we still went over budget.
And that's directly tied
And that was
to
because
salary.
of directly, well, some of it was also, you did not budget for staff development conferences, but yet you took them.
Correct, with district approval.
Yes. So the 20,000, that one is kind of standing out there. You're very right. This comes at a time when, you know, the budget is tight. We are looking, enrollment is declining, and I get that. And then we have other costs that we need to look at. But I appreciate all that you do. You do a fabulous job with the personnel. Thank you so much. But yeah, we're not voting on this today, right?
No.
No.
So to answer your question, the $20,000 specifically, that is an instance in which the Personnel Commission would be representing the classified employee. And there's technically a conflict of interest with the district, because the district will work with, you know, human resources, do all the due diligence in terms of the Skelly hearing, all the progressive discipline steps, and ensuring that legal is aware if more discipline actions are required, like suspension or possible termination. So if that legal firm is overseeing that, then how would they then oversee the appeal process? Like it's. And then, I'm sorry, there was a question prior to the contracted services was.
No, you answered that.
Oh, okay.
That one was the conferences travel.
Oh, yes.
So it's, but you got, that was district approval. So, membership and dues went up 2,000?
So in the 24-25 budget, we had a surplus because there was turnover. So we allocated almost to the penny any contracted services for 25-26, and that's why there was zero allocated there. So we still are continuing with our applicant tracking system with these with this test development software. However, we've already paid those services. So for example, our applicant tracking software, you don't even see that cost here because we were able to secure 2 years of service with the savings of last year.
So again, as I said, I really appreciate you being very diligent and looking and planning ahead and everything. But also, we understand that this locks in this money for the PC for the year. And I've known in the past that the PC does return money to the district. Sometimes it could be as high as 60. I've seen as high as 60 or around 30. But at the same time, I'm thinking that could be money that could be used elsewhere, but it's locked up. So maybe we could talk offline a little bit more about this before we go to vote on this. I'd really like that opportunity.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you for the presentation. She asked all the questions that I had marked right here, so it's good to be second or last. But
Excuse me.
yeah, it's the same thing. It's a lot of money at a time where we're trying to figure out all these things, so. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for putting everything down that we need.
You answered a great many questions while you were going through it. But my concern is, going back to that conference, staff development conference is in trouble. You mentioned something about the superintendent gave us background. I don't know which that's relating to, so we can have a conversation about that, maybe a little bit more clarity. Goes from 1 conferences to 3. I'd like to have some more information on that. Is that for staff? Is that for commissioners? What are they? What is the need? Are they beneficial to help us? Because that's more than doubling that, going from the actual budget to the projected budget. That's huge. Like it was stated, we've gotten back up to $60,000 before. This looks like we're going well, obviously, we're going way over, not getting back 60,000, but increasing at 78,000. And I just have some serious concerns because of the times that we're in, and budget cutbacks all over the place and continuing. So I think this actually behooves further consideration as far as more conversation, more explanation of it. But I do appreciate everything you did because I know it's not easy, especially now. So thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, so most of my questions were also answered. I just have one, if anyone, it doesn't have to be you, but can someone explain the cash in lieu of benefits?
So that's when a management staff member opts out of enrolling in health benefits because their spouse, whatever the situation is for the individual, they are not enrolling in benefits. So instead of the district contributing the set percent or the set amount on behalf of that employee, the employee receives $300 10 months of the year.
I see. Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. You know, I have such admiration for the PC, as I've been there for 6 years as commissioner. I've been there since you just started with Bassett, and you've been here long. You've been here super long now. Thank you. With the adopted budget figures and the actual budget figures, how are you able to expend over the adopted budget? I guess is the first question.
So to my understanding, that the personnel commission budget is ultimately the set number of, 411,000. The actual overage of the 432,
Yes.
that is where the actual staff salaries are being expended. So we're seeing a moment in time with the actual budget. Of course, I trust that our fiscal partners included our salaries through June 30th, but that's where incurring a cost in March is technically not over because you're not over until maybe May of like the salary portion of it.
And how is that difference, I guess, formally authorized if, in theory, you're capped at 411? How do you get to spend over 412?
So I specifically worked with former Superintendent Dr. Alvarez because the budget was approved at 411,163. And if you recall last year, we can always pull it up, but there was a specific written in agreement, I guess you could say. The district will assist you with the overage costs of 20, whatever the number was. When we went in and actually hired our technician, so her start date was, I believe, July 7th versus July 1. So we'll get to that nitty gritty detail of accurately projecting the actual staff cost. So Dr. Alvarez, you approved that the district will help with an overage of this amount. Once we have all of our projections in, the overage is actually less. Am I approved to use that remaining balance in these areas? And I have that in writing that I can provide the district for reference.
Thank you. At the end of the day, I appreciate our superintendent being an agent for negotiation. Ultimately, it was the board who accepts that agreement. I would then ask, is there anything that precludes that understanding from reoccurring this year?
The only, if that caveat is, if we want to mirror the same caveat that we did in 24-25 budget, that overage cost would be at minimum the personnel budget overage, I would say. And then if there was an earmark of, district is willing to work with you on an overage of, instead of 24,796, let's say 26,000. So there's a little bit of wiggle room. That's something that could be explored.
I would advise that you begin those negotiations, because as we're all painfully aware, if you're watching, hope you're having a horrible night, Dr. Alvarez is no longer here. So we don't want to bind ourselves to his words.
Yeah.
I'll text him that too. Hope you're having an awful night. To starters, and then in terms of even commissioners not taking benefits or taking benefits potentially, and that potentially adding to your expenses.
Mhm.
My understanding is commissioners as being one, get the stipend authorized by the ed code. Does ed code also authorize commissioners to benefits? Or is that applicable to employees?
I would need to look and cite that ed code.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for
Yes.
coming. Oh, Ms. Flores.
Sorry. So 3332 Medicare. So Medicare is a given, 7.65. That is, so much goes to social and so much is Medicare. Why would you not have budgeted for that in 25, 26? Because like 4137, I know you said that there was somebody hired effective July 1. So are we saying that 4137 overage was for that person?
No, I would have to go back and just verify the adopted budget in that exact line item of what was allocated there. But one of the challenges that presents itself is when we, if we want to adopt the same approach as last year where your budget remains the same with the district working with you on an overage of set amount, I still need to provide my budget to LACO. So there may be line items that are not specifically allocated to Medicare, but are still incurred. You can't break out that budget even finer detail, to get to the 411.
So if I'm understanding correctly, there was an agreement made that if you went over so much, it would be okay. So the 21,000, because we know we're over by 21, the adopted to the actual was over by about 21,000.
Correct.
And so some of these line items that I see, that was the agreement that you all had. I'm not still, but again, we'll talk about it because I'm not fully understanding the Medicare and some other line items there.
Yes.
And so just so I'm good, you said that you would be willing to do the 24,796. If I'm wrong, help me.
24,796 and possibly additional, like for the leadership symposium costs specifically. I would like to have $200 just to buy paper or lean on our district partners' budgets to buy paper.
Not really. Okay, we'll talk about it.
Stanzioni.
I had a follow-up question actually to yours. The overage agreement that was made, was that part of the original? We don't have this today.
Of course.
So usually I go through these things and I look things up, so I don't have to ask you these dumb questions. But was that overage agreement that you made with Dr. Alvarez, was that part of our initial vote?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's where, in preparation for follow-up conversations, I'll furnish what was attached to the Board of Education meeting in 2025, so then you can compare.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Return back to order at preliminary items number 2, student board member comments. Whenever you're ready.
Don Julian Elementary School. Don Julian continues to build momentum through our Every Line, Every Day attendance campaign. Through ongoing incentives, family outreach, and targeted supports, we are reinforcing the importance of daily attendance and strengthening student engagement across all grade levels. Our Lions are excited and ready to begin our CAS state testing for students in grades 3 to 8. Staff have worked through professional learning teams to ensure students are prepared through strong Tier 1 instruction, data analysis, and aligned instructional practices. Don Julian celebrated student achievement through our middle school quarter awards and elementary student of the month recognition, highlighting students who demonstrate academic growth, effort, and positive character. Our school community also hosted a successful open house, providing families the opportunity to visit classrooms, engage with staff, and celebrate student learning. Students in grades 4 through 8 participated in Career Day, where they engaged with guest speakers, from a variety of professions. This experience helps students make real-world connections and begin thinking about future college and career pathways. Don Junin continues to prioritize student wellness through our ongoing partnerships with community organizations, ensuring students have access to essential services that support both their health and their ability to learn. Our school season begins this week for our middle school athletes. Go Lions! Van Wyck Elementary. Good evening. Van Wyck is on the move. Our scholars have continued to work hard in reading, writing, and math. Teachers are working diligently to prepare students in grades 3 to 5 for SBAC and Kinder 2 through 2nd for LPAC test. We just celebrated the reclassification of 14 students, and we are so proud of them for their hard work to become multilingual learners. Our open house had a great turnout, and our Van Wyck scholars got to showcase their work to their families. Also, our 5th graders are excited about their tour to Torch Middle School next week. We are proud of the amazing work and great things happening at Van Wyck. Go Wildcats! Edgewood Academy. As we enter the final stretch of the school year, we're excited to share several updates from our campus. Our students are preparing for upcoming SBAC testing, and we begin rolling out incentives to support engagement and motivation. Students who are focused and on task during testing will receive audio assess and snacks, with additional incentives planning in the upcoming weeks to keep momentum strong. We are also looking forward to welcoming our newest families during our upcoming kindergarten roundup. This is a wonderful opportunity for incoming kindergarten students and their families to visit our classroom, meet staff, and begin building connections with their school community. In the arts, our kindergarten through 3rd grade students are hard at work preparing for their performance schedule for Friday, April 24th. We're excited to showcase their talent and dedication. Athletically, our soccer season kicked off last week with the game against Don Julian. We are proud of our student athletes for their teamwork and sportsmanship, and we look forward to a great season ahead. As we approach the final 2 months of school year, we remain focused on finishing strong academically, socially, and emotionally. We are confident that our students will continue to rise to expectations and make the most of the opportunities ahead. Sunkist Elementary. Sunkist Tiger scholars are nearing the end of the school year and focusing on many things. We are getting our students ready for the end of year assessments. This requires daily attendance, and we are continuing to focus on this for the last weeks of school by frequently rewarding daily attendance. In addition, we are making efforts to get our chronic absentee from 13.6% last year to 10% or less this year. Our open house on April 1st was a great success. We had many families in attendance, and our classrooms were beautifully prepared to highlight student learning. Today is our English learner reclassification ceremony. We are recognizing 9 students. We are very proud of them and can't wait to recognize them with a special ceremony. Our Kinder through 2nd graders are gearing up to take their LPAC test later in April, and our 3rd and 5th graders are preparing for their state test in May. We are busy working to shine on our state assessments.
Greetings from Torch Middle School. English Learner Reclassification Ceremony. On Tuesday, April 14th, we proudly celebrated our bilingual students that were successfully reclassified as fluent English at the annual Bassett reclassification ceremony that took place in our Wanabe Center. Our bilingual children superstars were excited and proud to celebrate their achievement with students from all of the Bassett schools, along with their parents and district administrations. It was a wonderful and inspiring event for everyone. Open house. Torch Middle School hosted an amazingly successful open house on Tuesday, April 7th, the day that we returned from spring break. It was a very successful, enriching evening where parents had the opportunity to visit each of their child's classes to see all the projects that they have been working on for the last couple of months. Each teacher reported over 60% parent participation. 5th grade orientation. Torch will be hosting our 5th grade orientation on Friday, April 24th. 5th grade students from Sunkist and Van Wyck will spend the morning getting acquainted with the campus and the middle school experience. 5th graders will have the opportunity to visit classrooms including band and STEM to get a sense of what their day will be like when they rotate every 50 minutes. The 5th grade class will end their day with us by enjoying lunch with the ASB students and the current 6th grade class. Overnight science camp. 80 of our 7th and 8th grade students will be participating in an overnight science camp at the Pali Institute in Lake Arrowhead. We will be departing from Torch campus on Monday, May 4th, and returning on Wednesday, May 6th. Torch students will have the opportunity to explore the incredible Pali campgrounds through guided daily hikes. The teachers have been working with the Pali staff to design an exciting program for our students that will include freshwater biology classes, high rope courses, archery lessons, canyon zip lining, and pottery making under the pines.
Oh.
The trip will be chaperoned by 3 classroom teachers, the school counselor, and the principal. We are very excited to be able to provide this opportunity for our scholars and will be posting pictures from the trip daily on our ASB Instagram page. BHS, greetings from Bassett High School. As we move through April, I am pleased to share that the past month has been filled with student achievement, school spirit, and meaningful learning experiences. We hosted a successful coffee with the principal, strengthening partnerships with families through important school updates and dialogue. Students proudly represented Bassett during home swim meets, and campus spirit was on full display during our Everything But a Backpack Day activity. Our Child Development Pathway students participated in a valuable hands-on learning experience, while our hostel students, under the leadership of Ms. Rodriguez, completed the state level with several students earning top 10 finishers in California. We celebrated our reclassification ceremony honoring 16 students for achieving English language, an accomplishment made possible through the dedication of students, staff, and families. In athletics, track and field defeated Edgewood 75-54 to improve to 4-0. Boys volleyball remains in contention for 4th consecutive CIF playoff berth. While boys tennis continues to grow in league play, badminton is in the mid-season, girls softball continues to show grit and growth, and boys baseball remains competitive in league action. ASB is preparing to host the annual spring rally, continuing to build school spirit and student engagement. Bassett High School is heading into testing season, with state exams for 11th graders beginning April 21st, followed by advanced placement testing in May. Summer school registrations is now open to all students. Classes begin June 15th and provide opportunities for students to recover credits or get ahead. We also look forward to upcoming events, including the Bassett High School's 60th anniversary celebration, where the entire community is invited. The event will take place from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. We will have the student performances, vendors, a car show, and community resources. We look forward to our senior awards night on June 2nd, grad night on June 10th, and graduation on June 12th. Thank you for your continued support of Bassett High School. It's always a great day to be an Olympian. Nova Vista, greetings from Nova Vista High School. As we move through the final quarter, there is strong focus and positive monument across campus as students continue making progress and our seniors prepare for graduation. Students are currently participating in iReady testing, which provides valuable insights into student growth and helps guide instructions as we move forward. Across campus, students are actively engaged in hand-on learning experiences. In HVAC, students are participating raising copper tubing. In graphics, students designed school logos and applied them to t-shirts and canvas bags. In construction, students are developing framing and foundational building skills. Our medical pathway students are strengthening their first aid knowledge and practical skills. Our seniors are in the final stretch with a clear focus on completing all graduation requirements. Our counselor, Ms. Torres, continued meeting with students individually to ensure they remain on track and fully supported as they approach this important milestone. Looking ahead, our 11th grade students will begin state testing in May, and staff are working to ensure students feel confident, prepared, and ready to succeed. Thank you for your continued support of Nova Vista High School. It's always a great day to be an explorer.
Thank you very much. We now go to public comment related to closed session. The board will now begin the public comment portion of the meeting. All public comment cards for both closed session and open session items must be submitted by this point of the meeting. The board will now hear public comments related to closed session items only. Public comments which do not address specific closed session agenda items will not be heard during this time, but may be heard during public comments related to open session. In order to conduct the public's business of the district in an organized manner, for the privacy and safety of the community members, and to help district staff respond more directly, the board requires that public comments comply with certain procedures, including When addressing the board, speakers are requested to identify themselves and speak from the podium. Speakers may address only items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their speaking time to other speakers. Speakers are expected to maintain order, decorum, and not disrupt the meeting or use profanity when addressing the board. Complaints should follow the district's complaint procedure before addressing the board, and speakers are due to adhere to the applicable time limit of 3 minutes. The total time allowed for public comments on closed session agenda items is set at 20 minutes. In the event the estimated time for public comments based on the number of interested speakers will exceed 20 minutes, the presiding officer may equitably decrease individual speakers' time as to permit as many voices as possible. Pursuant to state law and board bylaws, the presiding officer may remove a disruptive individual from the board meeting, so long as the individual is first warned by the presiding officer that their behavior is disrupting the meeting, and failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. To ensure speakers can be heard clearly, members of the audience are requested to maintain a quiet listening environment, that's so opportune, and silence electronic devices. The board is committed to facilitating the public comment portion of the meeting in an inclusive and organized manner to hear from the community in which the board serves and is accountable to. Thank you. We got 2 that were for close. They both are for, one is for OSLC phone policy, and the other is for after school program / superintendent. These are under open session, so we'll hear those at open session at this time. So now we'll go under closed session. So first we have Laura Ardenson for negotiations. Perfect.
I can't get us. Here we get out.
Good job. No one ever.
Laura Aronson. I think almost everyone here, I've seen you guys there before. I've been a teacher here for 33 years now. It's been a long time. I loved what Dr. Frent and Ms. King said with their first comment about this being such a community, how that's the thing that smacks them in the face, that this is a place of like family, right? And that's how I feel about it, but 33 years, that's what keeps me here. Just wanted to talk about negotiations a little bit, that we know the district has worked hard to build and maintain like strong reserves. And we appreciate that stability. But at the same time, it's hard for our members to not feel like they're being left behind when those savings continue to grow. We're just simply asking that some of that strength be reflected in better salary, better benefits, and retirement support. We just heard LA Unified just settled for 11% for 2 years. And, a lot of places settling, and that's just something we'd like you to really consider, talk about, and really dig into it as we continue to try to just, we don't want to end up back down at the bottom of that level. We want to continue to be there and keep people here, keep people in this community so that our kids, how many kids did I give a hug to after all those great presentations? That was wonderful. So thank you.
We'll now hear from Jorge Avila.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you again for a chance to speak. I just want to talk about negotiations as well. We recognize the importance of maintaining reserves, but the district's pattern of saving well above required levels shows that there is room to move. Our members deserve to see that stability reflected in improved benefits, salary, and retirement support. Thank you.
We'll now hear from Carly McCaffrey.
Good evening, members of the board. It's been a little while since I've been in person, but I know I have written some. And fortunately, Wendy has been coming. She lives a lot closer. I'd like to start by saying that we truly appreciate the stability that our district has built. Strong reserves matter, and as we all know, that it didn't happen by itself. It took a lot of thoughtful planning on your behalf, and with the help of a fiscal task force with FICMAT way back when. So at the same time, that level of stability makes it clear that there's capacity to invest in the people that support students every day. We're simply asking for balance. This needs to be settled now. Our position has been consistent. Salary, benefits, and retirement must move together. We're asking the district to fully meet the request and bring this process to a close. In my role, I work closely with students and staff every day, and I see firsthand how much our people give to make this district successful. This isn't just a job, it requires time, energy, and heart. And as I'm saying that, I was looking at all of the board and I'm thinking, I'm speaking to the choir. Every one of you have either worked for or are currently working with schools in some sort of capacity outside of your board position. So I know that you know it, time, energy, and heart. Our members care deeply about this work. We're fortunate to have trustworthy leaders. As I heard in that presentation, trustworthy kept coming up, and which is why I believe that we can come to a fair agreement. So please settle now and meet the full request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Wendy Camargo.
I'm back again.
Come on.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Camargo. I'm fourth grade teacher at Don Julian. I'm also BTA secretary and I am on the negotiations team. Like my fellow colleagues here, I'm here to ask that you really go into closed session and talk about what is happening in negotiations. Our district has built and maintained the significant reserve, and every year it gets bigger. We're not gonna come in September to the actuals and have numbers be less. It's not gonna happen. It never happens. They are always continuously going up. You've built this reserve, and at some point, continued accumulation becomes a choice not to invest in employees. We're asking the board to prioritize people by strengthening compensation, benefits, and retirement so that our people can retire with dignity instead of having to hold on until 65 to have Medicare. Like I said, I've been here a couple of times now, and I just want to compliment you guys. The vibe in the room is so much different than it has been in the past. It's so much more friendly, it's more interactive, and when I sit here, I'm like, this is great. And then I go to negotiations and I hear some of the things that are being said to us across the table, and I go, I'm sorry, this cannot be the same district, because what I hear here is teachers and classrooms and let's build this together, and what we're getting at the table is not the same. So I wonder if there's not a disconnect between what is being said in negotiations and what is being held as your beliefs and your drive for our current situation. So please, please have a solid conversation on this, because what we're seeing does not line up. So I got another minute. That's my end of my BTA stuff. I did want to address really quickly the iReady and the Curriculums Associates of them being sued. And I want to come back to how quickly you dismissed IXL for a very similar issue. A lot of people were very upset about that. I'm hoping that you are going to maintain your level of this is not acceptable and iReady out the door, just like IXL was, for the same exact reasons of selling student data without parent permission, using that data for Lord knows what, the time the kids spend on the computers, their levels, how well they pass, all of the things that we're supposed to be using to help drive instruction should not be helping companies to make money or to sell information on our kids. So thank you. Have a great evening, and we'll see you next year.
Okay. We'll now go on to public comments related to open section. It's all the same rules. I'm not gonna read that again. We'll start with Giovanni Mai. I apologize. My brain just saw the geo and I just rolled with it. I'm so sorry.
Good evening, board. Thank you for letting us speak here. My name is Giovanna, and I'm here with Alex, Giovanni, and Valeria. We are 11th grade students at Bassett High School, and I'm here with the members of the Olympic Student Leadership Council, which is a group of 25 students from all grade levels that come together to discuss issues at our school with our principal, Dr. Maldonado. At recent meetings, we discussed the upcoming cell phone policy that our district will be working on the upcoming school year. On behalf of the Olympian Student Leadership Council and Bassett High School, we are here to share our opinion on your consideration with our 4 suggestions or points. Our first point is we don't want a complete cell phone ban. We don't necessarily support a complete ban on cell phones. Instead, we would rather prefer a balanced approach with clear restrictions during instructional time while allowing access to our phones during breaks, lunch, passing periods, and before or after school. This would allow us to communicate with staff and parents, especially during emergencies or lockdowns. And our second point.
The second point was clear classroom expectations and consequences. We want our district to establish consistent expectations for phone use in class, along with clear consequences when expectations are not followed. We want clear communication, which may include signage to increase awareness. This is to make sure that students and parents know what comes out of the cell phone policy and what to expect.
Our third point is to update the school policies and handbook as we encourage the district and school to revise outdated school policies and update the student handbook. We also encourage the policy to be more visible in class and in the student handbook for all, including teachers and parents.
And then lastly, our fourth point, we want to address AI we want to address technology, the use of AI and mental health. For parents, students, and staff, we also want to increase education and awareness for the following topics: responsible use of technology and awareness of how to use artificial intelligence responsibly as a tool and not a way to cheat, and how mental health impacts the mental health impacts of phones and social media within school boundaries. Overall, we support the structured but realistic phone policy rather than banning phones entirely like at other school districts. We want to update school rules, stronger communications with families, and clear expectations that reflect current student needs and modern technology challenges. We hope you will consider our opinions and allow us to express our ideas again in the future because it directly impacts us students at Bassett. Sincerely, the students of Bassett, thank you.
I will say, if you want to hear our responses, you could stay, but if you gotta get going, we understand you've been here forever. Now go to, Manuel Maldonado.
Good evening, members of the board, the audience. My name is Manuel Maldonado. I was expecting just to address a couple of issues this evening, but there's 2 more that I want to also touch on. The first one is the search for superintendent. It's been a long time. I don't know why this company is taking such a long time to select a superintendent. Hacienda La Puente went through the same process and it was much faster and much cheaper than what you guys paid for. Spending money on behalf of our students is always good, but it's not good to spend a lot of money on something that other companies may sell you the same product for lower price. Having said that, I hope that the superintendent search takes place very soon so we can start a new year with a new superintendent and new vibes. The second issue that I was coming to address is the potential contract that you guys want to sign with the city of La Puente in reference to utilizing the installations, the facilities of our school for the after school programs. You guys can do it yourself and you can save money. Well, you can save money and you can produce more employment and you can attract more people by having an after school program. Hacienda La Puente has cross country, has track, has volleyball, and has drama, has many other projects for the students that attracts students to our school. I know declining enrollment is happening throughout the district, throughout the state of California, and most importantly with the cost of living that this current president that's so crazy that, and I think he's getting old. He says one thing one day and then he says the opposite the next. But anyways, I don't think we're gonna get 400% or 400% decrease on medication, which, you know, the medication will be paid, the pharmacies will be paying us instead of us paying them. But anyways, I think he's going nuts. But it just brought, the other issue that I wanted to address is that you guys haven't settled with the teachers. That's very concerning to me. Teachers are the cream of the crop. Without teachers, the school cannot function. And I also know that, you know, we need custodians, we need cooks, we need different staff in our school district, but teachers are the primary product of our school. And if you have good teachers, if you have good programs, if you have good progress in your schools, you don't need to sell your school. You'll have students coming to your school district. I'll guarantee you that. And I remember back in the 80s when Mr. Mike Gomez was principal at Nelson Elementary, he had top-notch school. And there were students throughout the San Gabriel Valley wanting to come to Nelson Elementary because Mike Gomez had that school running like a military school. And that was a plus. And I hope that you guys, as board members, and I'm glad that elections are coming up, but I hope you guys, board members, get to work. Thank you.
Now hear from Jonas Ramirez.
I have one more issue that I could address. May I say just really quick?
Let's just continue.
Okay, very well. And this is regarding the what I heard from the English Learners Advisory Committee. It's very concerning.
Hey, hello, everybody. I'm Jonas Ramirez, Campus Security Officer here at Bassett Unified, going on 23 plus years. I've been a dedicated employee of the district in many capacities, district security, interim security director, and currently campus security. The reason I am here is I want to voice my concern regarding harassment and targeting by the adult school administration and also by some of their classified employees under the direction of the administrators of the adult school. Currently, there's been a lot of accusations against me and so forth. And so at this point right now, I just feel that I'm being targeted by them. And it's causing a lot of emotional burden on me. A lot of the instances that have occurred from their harassment towards me, I've made fully aware my union president, and I have a lot of the incidences documented. There's been accusations of actions that I probably had taken that they have brought up to HR. I have had numerous meetings with HR, but at this point right now, it's gotten to the point where I'm getting letters of reprimand and recently possibly future letters of reprimand for picking up trash. Once again, part of the Williams Notice Act is maintaining a clean, safe environment. The safety part is mine because I like to keep our students safe. The cleaning part, I don't mind bending over and picking up a piece of trash. I've done that forever. Plus, I've been blessed enough to be here during the summer to work in maintenance and as custodian. And I take pride in my work. And I take pride in servicing our students, the community, and maintaining a safe environment when I'm in the capacity. So once again, I am here to say that I am feeling targeted by the adult school and the accusations and allegations. And it's just very disheartening. So at this point right now, I would like to give Mr. Miko my official complaint form against them. And like I said, I've been here for 23 years. I am fully aware. I did have a meeting with the CBO yesterday, and a lot of you know me. Ms. Rivera know me from the beginning. I am fully dedicated to this district. I am fully dedicated to this district in every capacity, you know, and I'm a firm believer of chain of command and documentation, which is why I've been accused of several different things in this district. And because of the things that I followed and I believe in my heart, why I'm still here. So once again, thank you for your time. And I just want to reiterate that I'm feeling targeted and harassed by the adult school administration and some of their classified employees under their leadership. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to Sam Brown.
This is for closed session or?
Open.
Open session? I wanted to raise the issue of the asbestos that was listed on the agenda. And that while I believe it does warrant emergency intervention, that I've raised before this board on several occasions, the issue of lead that was detected in the water at Van Wyck Elementary School. And I've also raised the issue of the Florence Flanner School, which is currently sitting vacant. The reason that that is of significant concern is because while we have landscape companies that have access to the Florence Flanner, the 5 acres, dumping green waste, and I've asked for soil testing of, the soil there at Florence Flanner, it's incomprehensible that you would also deny the public access to the use of that land. And the reason that is warranted, this scrutiny of the school district's action, is because you're pursuing potentially a joint use agreement or memorandum of understanding with the city of La Puente. You did not properly advise the public of this meeting. You did not record the meeting. There was no meeting material that was available online for the public to review. And it's unknown what this arrangement might provide. But for 2 years, at minimum, individuals have been trying to reserve the school facilities and have had limited success. You have a stormwater capture project with the county that is looking at gutting the baseball fields or the softball fields at Bassett High School. And simultaneously, the public's been asking for public use of the facilities at schools like Florence Flanner and other schools within the school district. As a matter of fact, I've sent an email to Erin asking for all schools to be available to the public during non-school hours. And there is the, 3 acres space parcel between here and the adult school. And that's just sitting vacant as well. There's an opportunity for the school district to be able to generate revenue if and only if the school district is wisely pursuing those options. But given the track record of the school district, you have not allowed a fair use of school facilities for at least the past 2 years. And it looks like a backroom deal is being negotiated with the city of La Puente with regards to the use of the school facilities. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. But this whole time you've had Florence Flanner just sitting there getting green waste dumped onto its, empty space. And you've denied the public access to that facility. So really consider your options because it has dramatic implications for the rest of the residents in the school district. Thank you.
And then were there any other public comments related to open session?
Can I address?
No, sorry, hold up. No, okay. Mr. Brown, did you have one for a closed session?
Yes. Yeah. So I just wanted to discuss that there's something happening in the Personnel Commission. And while that's not within the full purview of the school board, I do believe that it's warranted to raise the issue that there was an investigation of conduct involving one of the commissioners, and that the investigation was enacted or carried out by Tamiko, and that it's highly inappropriate for a person that's a precipient witness in an investigation to conduct an investigation.
Excuse me, Mr. Brown, sorry, can we pause the time so make sure he doesn't lose any time? Which closed session item is this in reference to?
This is in regards to the closed session item of conference with legal counsel, potential litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. 2 cases.
I'm not sure if those are cases to be discussed.
Well, if you guys don't provide a case number or a description of the case, then it falls within that as listed on the agenda.
I'm not sure. I think with potential litigation, there traditionally is not a reference when it's definitely existing litigation.
Well,
Since
it's
ours.
potential litigation because I might potentially sue.
We wouldn't then know that at this time.
Yeah, so then you can't preclude me from speaking because you don't have a specific designation that would exempt me from not being able to speak.
Well, we are not meeting regarding that, so that's why it's not on the agenda.
Well, if you don't have it listed on the agenda, then you can't state that there's an exception to prevent me from speaking.
I'm not saying that there's an exception. I'm just trying to make sure that we're clear that you're speaking on a topic related to closed session that technically isn't fair.
But how would I know that if it's not listed?
The fact that it's not listed seems to be enough that it's not.
No, that's not how the Brown Act works. The Brown Act actually specifies that if you are going to talk about potential litigation, you have to actually clarify what it is. Otherwise, it's ambiguous, it's left up to the public, and therefore I'm within my right to continue with my public comment.
I'll ask if the superintendent could get advice on the parameters on that. I'll err on, again, letting you err on the focus of having the members of the public have the right to speak, as I have for months at this point. I hope you understand that to be my sole prerogative at this moment. I would just say, you understand where I'm coming from in terms of specificity. That on its face, technically, there is nothing that says that we're discussing any type of incident with the Personnel Commission, as you acknowledge yourself. It's not immediately germane, as the Personnel Commission is an independent body. But as you've said, how are you supposed to necessarily know that based off there only being 2 cases? So in that spirit, can we give him, I think I stopped him at 32 seconds. If we could give him those couple seconds back, please. If possible, is it that? Then whenever you're ready, or if not, I could just give you the last couple seconds. Not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So I just wanted to say, this is regarding what's listed on closed session, specifically under Government Code Section 54957.6 and potential litigation under Government Code 54956.9. The reason I want to bring this up is because while I recognize that the Personnel Commission is an independent body under California's merit system, it is not advisory and is not subordinate to administrative staff or board convenience. Yet there are clear signs of interference, issues involving agenda control, denial of appropriate legal counsel, and actions that appear to sideline the Commission's authority over classification, personnel processes, and employment standards. If matters related to personnel structure, classification, or labor strategy are being discussed in closed session in a way that influence or preempts the Commission's statutory role, that is a legal problem. The board cannot use closed session to indirectly control what it cannot lawfully control in open session. And that also pertains to the actions of Tomiko Lee Nolasco and her attempt to subvert or thwart a fair and impartial investigation into the conduct of the commissioners. Additionally, the listing of one case for potential litigation is vague. The Brown Act requires enough specificity to inform the public of the general nature of the matter. A lack of clarity raises concerns that closed session may be used more broadly than permitted. Let me be clear. Any action taken in closed session that exceeds statutory authority or that should have occurred in open session is subject to challenge under Government Code Section 54960.1. So I'm requesting that the board strictly limit closed session discussions to what is legally authorized, avoid any encroachment on Personnel Commission authority, reprimand Ms. Lee Nolasco for her botched investigation, potentially illegal investigation that may put the school district at risk of additional legal exposure beyond what it's already sustained from her past actions, and fully and accurately report all reportable actions of any decision made within closed session. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm finishing up class. There we go. Okay. All right, thank you. We will go on to communications, educational partner comments. Do we have Bassett Teachers Association?
I already spoke, so it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any comments from CSEA? Once, twice, okay. All right, superintendent comments, Dr. Julie Harrison.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Education, President Pimentel. I'd like to start by thanking Citlali and Charlize for being here tonight to lead us in the flag salute. It's been an amazing evening so far with all of our presentations. So congratulations to our academic decathlon, Ms. McDonough for making us shine through her hard work with our students. And I'd like to congratulate, of course, Dr. Maldonado Rios for her honor that was bestowed upon her by Senator Bob Archuleta. I would also like to thank all of our presenters tonight, from Mr. Tabai, our ESS leads, Dr. French and Ms. King, to Ms. Sanchez with personnel. It greatly enhances the board's ability to lead, hearing all of the ins and outs and information that's happening across the district. I would like to thank all the guests for coming out tonight. It's great to see our teachers. We need a bigger boardroom. I appreciate our students weighing in on a policy that could potentially impact them. So that was really neat to see the involvement. And pleased to share a couple updates across the district. Our 60th anniversary celebration is coming together really well. Our partners are being secured, flyers are out, logistics are underway. Our leadership symposium planning is also underway for July. And we're centered on the book, The Energy Bus. So if you've ever read that book by John Gordon, it really talks about leading with positivity. And the first lesson is you're the driver of your own bus. So just kind of reflective of how we kind of control the direction we're going. And then ultimately that we need to drive with purpose. So I'm excited to take up that challenge with our team. And lastly, we hosted the most wonderful multilingual learner reclassification ceremony, celebrating the achievements of our students who are now fully bilingual. And I just want to shout out to our support staff, our teachers and families for helping their students in that journey. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go on to board member comments. Board member Dina Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President. So congratulations to our valedictorian, Ms. Castellanos, and our salutatorian, Jeremy. I didn't get Jeremy's list. Thank you again to Ms. Castellanos and Ms. Serena for being here today to lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. That was really great. Congratulations again, and we wish them all the best in their continued education endeavor. Remember, to all our students, those in the decathlon, all the students that came today, you hold the pen. You write your own story, and I can't wait. I hope I get to read those stories and see them. So this is really great. Thank you to Ms. McDonough once again for her dedication to the team. And I absolutely love it. As someone who works in Associated Student Government, I love, now we're not going to talk about what they talked about, okay? Because I'm not saying yay or nay, but I love when students come and share their voice, empower their voice. They feel passionate enough. This is important to them, you know, but I love the fact that they use their voice to advocate and communicate their requests. That just really means a lot. Again, congratulations to Dr. Maldonado Reese on her award, 2026 Woman of Achievement. That is really great. So let me see. I wasn't able to attend all the open houses, but I did get to go to Edgewood's. That's the closest campus to me. So I did go to Edgewood's. It was great to connect with families and visiting some of the classrooms and seeing all the work of the students. Thank you so much to all our teachers for all the work that they do to make those open houses such a great event for our family. I did get to attend the reclassification celebration. Actually, that was my first one. And it was just amazing. The superheroes was the theme, right? Okay, so I didn't get a mask. Mask for superheroes, or the cape. Or the cape, okay? So, but anyway, congratulations to the, I think it was over 83 students that reclassified this year. That is amazing, amazing. Thank you again to, you know, teachers, staff, and the families that make that all happen for those students. They were so excited flying with their capes and everything. I did get to attend, once again, the Don Julian Car Show. As usual, I really love vintage cars. It's so nice. It's so nice. So thank you to Don Julian's PTA for putting that on. That was really great. And I'm very, very much looking forward to Bassett High School's celebration on May 2nd. That will be a lot of, I'm looking forward to that. So on another note, over the past couple of weeks, I have been contacted regarding our Personnel Commission. So, and in response to that, you know, I kind of do my own homework. I listened to some of their audios because they do record their meetings. So I listened to the audios, specifically, I listened to this last one, but the March 31st meeting. During that meeting, a public comment was made by someone who is not within our district, is a neighboring district. I believe they're the commissioner there in the neighboring district or something. But anyway, this is my understanding, and Mr. President, since you have been on the commission several, correct me if I'm wrong, the Personnel Commission does operate as its own entity. It does. But it is not entirely separate from the district. Personnel Commission does not generate their own revenue, okay? Just as we saw today, Ms. Janelle Sanchez presented the budget request, and that budget request is going to come from the district. So we're kind of linked. The district also remains liable for any legal issues that may arise, including those related to grievances. So my understanding, the commission's purpose is to represent classified employees and staff, and its members are responsible, its commissioners are responsible for upholding the merit system. Okay. Additionally, all meetings of the PC must comply with the Brown Act. So I ask, with the approval of my colleagues, I'd like to request that the superintendent review the March 31st meeting to ensure that the Brown Act requirements were properly followed, if I may, with the permission of my colleagues. The second thing.
Excuse me, I would point of order on that. That direction is not agendized tonight, so I don't think it'd be appropriate for you to phrase it on behalf of the board. However, you as an individual board member may advise the superintendent and suggest that she do that as an individual.
I would like to then advise that as an individual. Okay, secondly, this meeting that just happened, was it the 16th, 14th, 16th? Anyway, the last one, as I was listening to it, a staff member that broke down to tears. That's not what we want. That is not what we support. We uplift our staff. We uplift our teachers. So therefore, this kind of situation, what happens here, I was just really concerned with that. You know, to be, like I said, I listened to it. I did not feel that it was right for somebody to be lowered to that level to come to tears. And that was a staff member from the PC. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you so much, everybody. And looking forward to a great, strong end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Did Ms. Flores, you have a point of information regarding the operation of the Personnel Commission? Would you like me to answer that, or are you just?
No, I just say if I was wrong, I asked if you could step in and weigh in on that.
I see.
If my understanding of it was wrong, given that you were so long on the PC.
I could add more color during my remarks, but okay, thank you. Board Member Dolores Rivera.
Oh, yes, good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank everybody that has been here voicing your opinions and your comments. They're very much appreciated, and they are heard. Believe it or not, they are heard. We're not just listening, we're hearing you. So I'd like to thank everybody that was here, and I'd like to congratulate all the students, the decathlon, the reclassification students. It was such a wonderful event, and we were, the parents and the students were given portals that, for snacks, after the presentation, which they loved. And I was able to get a chocolate chip cookie that was delicious. I've never tasted their cookies. But I've only been to Portals once, but now I gotta go back for
once.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. It's always a line. I don't have time to wait in lines, so. But Yes, it was a great thing. I really love the superhero theme. The kids, even the junior high kids in the high school were wearing their capes and their masks, you know, it was something amazing for them, something nice because they were called superheroes for knowing two languages at the same time. So that was great. Also, I like me as a board member, as the superintendent, if she could look into how we could celebrate the high school students at a time where they all could be here.
Yeah.
Because we missed a lot of the students that were reclassified because they were in sports. We miss a lot of the students that come in, get certificates and recognized because they're in sports. You know, and I understand them because I've seen them. My niece that's at the high school. I mean, they were going to celebrate something in Arizona with her sister, and she didn't want to go because it was their last parade. And then she had a track meet or something, so she did not want to go. So she spent with me the whole time. But man, they're up since 6 o'clock in the morning. I had to get her there at 6:30. But and I would like to see them here get the recognition with everyone else. So maybe if there's anything else, we could figure something out, or maybe have a board meeting over there and they could run from the sports, you know, to get the recognition and then run back. I mean, we've done that before. So maybe something like that. And also, when we start working on the cell phone policies and all that, if we could include a couple students in there, because if they create it and help, they will follow it. But if it's just given down to them, they won't, you know. So we gotta kind of let them create something that is workable for them. Not, you know, because it's true, sometimes you do need it for emergencies or something. And it's useful. It's just, you know, the bullying that goes through cyberbullying, sometimes that it's hard for us to say, yeah, go ahead, here, take your phones. But we gotta figure out a way, and maybe with their help and ideas, you know, we could come up with something that is good for everyone. So that was that. And then, well, that's about it. Mostly what I had was about the students, and I'm sorry I broke down with the kids, but I've just seen so many bad things lately with 15-year-old that just got killed at Baldwin Park. And then you look at these kids, how wonderful they're doing, and some are dying so young. Here in Orange, we had another one killed 2 months or 3 ago, and it's hard. I wish I could do more for them, but it's hard. 2 got injured and 1 got shot. So, sorry. So, but I'd just like to say goodnight to everyone and have a good week. And we'll see you at the next meeting. Oh, please attend the May 2nd celebration. I hear it's gonna be great, car show, food trucks, and that I was reading, so please attend and support the high school and go see for yourself how great it is and how much the kids are doing. Thank you.
Board Clerk Patrice Tanzioni.
I might have to start with congratulating the children that were reclassified. As a teacher, I see all the points they have to go through to reclassify. It is not easy. I can tell you some even of my colleagues who probably couldn't pass that criteria. It is very difficult. These children really deserve the accolades that they get. And to the academic decathlon under the leadership of Mrs. McDonough, those kids, they have heart. They're going up against kids all over the county, and it's not easy. These kids are coming with blazers that are embroidered, and they've been speaking for years with their tutors, and our kids are holding their own, and it was nothing less than just, we saw our kids out in the world and they were holding their own, and that was incredible. As far as somebody mentioned the overnight science camp. I remember going to overnight in 4th grade at Van Wyck. We spent the whole week up at the camp at Arrowhead. It is the best thing ever because you learn because you're yourself, you're alone. Mom and dad aren't telling you to go to bed. Your counselor might be, but you're learning and you're becoming one with nature, and you're falling and scraping your knee, and it's all okay because you don't need a Band-Aid, and it's just such a wonderfully rich experience. I am so excited that they get to go to this overnight science camp. I think it's something we should do all the time. As far as state testing goes, oh, poor teachers have to deal with kids that are crying, vomiting, stuff like that. I just finished ELA testing in my classroom. I had one child start accidentally the math test. I don't even know what happened. But they're being asked for 4-step equations in 4th grade. 4-step equations. I know I didn't get that until probably high school. These kids are being expected to do a lot, and they're kids. So give them grace. If you're out there, parents, give them grace. Teachers, I know we need to give you grace too because you're dealing with it. It's just, it is overwhelming for some. We see tears. We see kids getting stomach aches. We see parents like getting tears because they've put up with this. But it's just something that we have to do. We have to get through it, and there's only one direction, and it's forward. I want to congratulate all of our continued sports competitions. I go every day, I drive by and I see our tennis team out there working, and I'm thinking, yay, we have a tennis team because we haven't for years. I want to congratulate our classified for our day of the classified or week of classified, because without you, it would be really hard. But my heart lies in the day of the teacher. You know, I've been teaching for over 4 decades. I'm still in my classroom. I have no will to stop. I'm also a proud union officer in my district in charge of elementary school as a segment director. Without teachers, no other professions are possible. Without teachers, a teacher can make or break a student's life. So I thank you guys. I'm with you there in solidarity. I think teachers that have lasted as long as most of us out there, we were born, we didn't take a class. And I think that says so much for Bassett, because so many of our teachers in this district are veterans. You know, I don't get to go to all the things that are happening in the district because I'm in my classroom, or I'm after school with my science Olympiad, or with my finishing yearbook. Thank God that went in. My drama club, or the union, or leadership team at school. I have jobs that directly adhere to the students, and that's why my heart has always been in education. I wish I could go. My health has been kind of iffy a lot lately, and I spent a few days in the hospital a couple weeks ago, and visiting my brother in the hospital. Keep him in your prayers. But my family has always been involved with education, and my brother and I both in the classroom for like too long to think about. One of the gentlemen that came up was one of the students that was at the high school where I taught, and his first comment was, you know, are you Stan's daughter? Because my dad was his coach for track and field. And it is a small world. Bassett is a small community. We are Bassett. You and I and everybody else, whether you drive in or you live here, we are Bassett. And we have to maintain that. And, you know, I attended the joint meeting. I'm really open to hear what they can help us with, what they can give us. But we're not selling out Bassett. No way. Our kids deserve, as my colleague said, our kids deserve equal, you know, to everything they get, whether it's the price or the ability to do things. But I think we can do a lot of it. And I think under what our community has directed us and shared, our staff and our community has directed us through the surveys, we know what direction we have to go in. We just have to follow that direction. And I think we're on a good path right now. The Student Leadership Council, I was so impressed by their writing. This young lady that spoke the last she could run a country, you know. Their voice matters, and it's worthy of further discussion. I'd like to meet with them actually, because, you know, as a teacher in a classroom, I don't want some kid's phone going off when I'm in a lockdown. I know one of our teachers was killed recently with the child's phone going off during a lockdown. We don't need parents calling when we're testing for the state either. There has to be parameters. I think they're very open to that open conversation. I think that the students that showed up were reasonable and articulate, and I think that their involvement is well deserved. We do need to have them involved with the conversation. Buy-in is everything, but we do have to remember that we are the adults, we are the experienced and the educated, more than a 15-year-old that wants to, you know, play whatever games they're playing. But we do need to come together and listen to everybody, because just having everybody here tonight was so nice. It was like back in the day when we used to have people sitting in those seats, or when we would fill Watanabe and it wasn't just for negotiations and it wasn't all red. Ooh, we're all red. Hey, bred for education. But I think we're going back that way. We're going back to a very happy place with happy meetings and celebrations. And I think that's where we need to be, because this community, when I first came here in 1954, when I was born, when I was 6 months old, 55. When I grew up here at Van Wigan at Flanner and went to Torch and went to another high school. Went to a local high school, let's say, like private school. Anyway, this was our community. Yeah, she was there. Do I feel old? And she was a student when I was teaching, and she was one of my students, and it's like, God, I'm old.
I wasn't born.
And you weren't born yet. But, you know, I really believe in what the power of all of us can do. I've seen what it can do also in the negative side. I don't want that to happen to anybody else. I do want us to move ahead, because the only path is forward. Whether it's your health or your future, your education. Wait until you get to college. It's gonna be incredible for you guys. The memories you'll make will last a lifetime. Some you don't want to share. Anyway. But I want to wish you all a good night, a safe night. Always speak up, always share your voice, because it does matter more than anything, especially now. Thank you. Good night.
Good evening, everybody. I will try to make it quick. Not putting it. I'm sorry, that sounded terrible. I'm so sorry. That was not my intention. Terrible. Okay. I just want to move it. But also give props where they're deserved. Definitely, I just want to, yes, I'm going to start with the students that came and spoke. I love that. That is amazing, and that is what I wanted to see when I first started. One of my first public comments was, or my board member comments was, please students come, speak up, and and that is what I envisioned, having them guide us in what will potentially affect them daily. So that's important. And I congratulate them for speaking up, and I concur with my colleague that we definitely need to include them in any decision making processes. I was able to attend 2 of the open houses. They did this year coincide with my open houses. So, so I was able to visit Don Julian, where I got to see, everything from, the classroom setups, the new band. That with their new director there, that was such a treat, because I always felt like, oh, they need a band, right, to have that musical path to the high school on that side of town. So I'm really excited for what is happening at Don Julian. And then I was also at where did I go? Sunkist. Sorry. I went to Sunkist, and there I saw, their science projects, their 3D printing classes, just it was amazing to see, all of the great things that are happening. And again, without the teachers there every evening working hard, none of this would come together. I mean, educators are scrambling until the last minute to get everything prepared to show off the amazing things that they've been doing in the classrooms with their students. So thank you for all of your hard work. I am right there with you, and you are appreciated wholly. So when you tell us that you're not feeling respected, is what I'm hearing, then we definitely will have a conversation about that amongst the board, I feel, at some point, because we don't ever want you guys to feel disrespected. That is never our intention. And we hope that what our discussions are, the discussions that we're having regarding negotiations, I promise you, are not negative in any way, shape, or form. And we really want that to come across to whomever is delivering the message for us. So we will definitely look into that. And see why this is happening, and maybe there is a disconnect, maybe that's just what's happening. But we definitely are hearing you, like my colleague Rivera said. We are listening, we are hearing you, and we see you, and thank you for coming, because I did ask Wendy to bring more people, and she did, so thank you. So thank you, and I did get to spend some time with her at Don Julian in her wonderful classroom, and just seeing the amazing things that she's doing there, so thank you for inviting me to your classroom. It's such an amazing feeling as an educator. It's really hard to explain when you see somebody just doing amazing work. It makes me so happy, that our Bassett students are receiving the best of the best. They really are. They're getting what they deserve in the educators, teachers, and staff that are here in Bassett. So thank you. And just to wrap it up quickly, I'm wishing everyone great success during SBAC testing. I know it's tough, but this too shall pass. And so just stay strong, and thank you. Good night. I know.
I'm gonna take long. Just kidding. And just in the order that I wrote on my notes, of course, congrats to academic. Is anyone else cold in here?
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Do
I
something
love it.
with
It's just perfect. It's perfect for me.
The resounding yes. I feel like that's also part of it. I'm like, I have the jitters, and is it me? It's both. I hate being chair here. Academic decathlon, I have to enunciate so hard. Happy that they're here. They're not here anymore. So happy we were able to celebrate them while they were here. As well as getting the exciting news of who our valedictorian and salutatorian. That, oh my goodness, that proud mother with all those valedictorians and Bruins. So I'm just so happy about that. And yes, USD is a really good school. They have a great history program out of history majors, so I have no issue there. They have great archives. I've been there recreationally all the time, so I really have no beef, but that's just me. And then to Maldonado Rios, our very proud first principal to be an alumnus of Bassett High School. Also the principal of Nova Vista High School, let us not forget. Very happy to celebrate her this evening. The I'm still cold, so sorry. The reclassification ceremony was great. Shocked to hear that it was your first time. I feel like I've seen you there before. Maybe it's just, I don't know, maybe it's just Torch and just having understanding that I see the four of y'all there, but it was great. Shout out to our interim superintendent for the idea of superheroes with the capes and masks. I think that was lovely. We didn't get one because we're super villains. The weird sidekick. And the Ed Services team, at large, for organizing it, for having a really well-attended event. I've been there for a couple of years, iterations where we do the lower grades and the upper grades, so it was nice to see everyone there as one big Bassett community. Shout out to Sunkiss Elementary students, go Tigers, right? I got a very fun email last week from their Beyond the Bell program. For those who are familiar with it, they got me. Where these are students at such a very fun, opportune moment are asking about if there's any way for the tennis courts at the high school to be open to the community, as if those aren't very, very opportune, completely independent of conversations that happened last week. So I met with Ms. Esker, their principal, earlier today, and I'll connect with the advisor, the teacher advisor, and then through him, let the students know of, we'll have 2 board appointees this evening that they could potentially work with, maybe inviting the city to come over, writing to the council themselves. I think that's just an amazing opportunity, and they've acknowledged that they would like to have this done by the time they're at Bassett High School. So thank you for the slack of a couple of years, much appreciated. In that same breath, the La Puente City Council, yes, we had a joint meeting last week. It was the first joint meeting in almost 10 years between school board and city council. I know there was a comment last week during the meeting regarding how it was organized. I do want to confirm, as I said during those remarks, and I'll say again now, that This has been a long time coming through coordination, I think, of our last board president with our last superintendent. That just never happened. I myself have been very respectfully followed up with by the mayor pro tem on it, because I have so many things happening with the school district. It's hard to also bring in the city. So through that coordination between our interim superintendent and I with the city, we scheduled the joint meeting. All the board members knew prior to the meeting is, date, time, location. We're gonna be available that Tuesday specifically at the high school. And the agenda was discussion. I think that was, again, the final time for us to actually have a Brown Act compliant conversation as a collective body. So no action was taken last week, but we were able to give our viewpoints on that facility master use document that has been board approved and circulating around lately, but has not been actually implemented. So, I think the consensus was that staff will check in with the city to see how that is utilized and see what conversations come up. But eventually conversations will be brought back to the board, advised from the school community, both at the high school and at the adult school, what to do. And then the public will have the opportunity to give that input at that time when we're formally there. But good meeting. I'm so happy that it's over. Not that I hate it, just it was there. It was a back burner. It was getting burned on the back burner. Happy that was done. With BTA's remarks, thank you for again being here. When I saw the sea of red, I'm like, oh, what happened? To our student board members before segue, thank you for being here so late. It's a minute before 8. My first year as a board member, there's a lot more of the teachers, and the vibe was not fun. And we would still be doing public comments right now, I bet you. So imagine still being here. Just FYI, y'all have it good. But no, I do want to say I am relieved, and you've been expressing this for some time now, that the culture has shifted. And I think you bring up very reasonable remarks. I think this board and our public are traumatized of being not fiscally solvent and almost going bankrupt. And what does that mean in terms of the state coming in? But the concept of, I forget who said it and how they said it, but you keep making reserves and that becomes a poly choice. I'm like, that was an interesting thing. Again, not signaling I'm one board member, let's see how the conversation goes, but I thought that was interesting. But the reserves are important. I'm happy each of you did acknowledge the significance of a reserve so we don't go back into that shitty time in Bassett's history. As well as the feedback in terms of the good vibes in the boardroom, and maybe that's different. I definitely will, again, individually want to check in with our superintendent. And then always through her to the negotiation team. We respect the respective negotiation teams, so I never want to, engage outside that space regarding any sentiments, because I, since being a student board member, always expect our district to have respect and courtesy and decorum and show dignity. I think to deviate from that, especially under me being a board member, let alone board president, would be personally just disgusting. So I definitely want to check in on that, make sure that you all have a pleasant experience. And as much as negotiation can be, I've never been, I don't know how, it's just inherently rough, or obviously, you give, you take. So sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but during that exchange, it still has to be positive at the end of the day. So I will be noted on that. And with iReady, I did want to bring that up. So I did see that in the news, as long as some other things that I talked to our superintendent about, some other healthcare stuff. There's a lot of stuff happening in education, but it is worth looking into. So I hope our staff does look into that. There was some comment, I'm not sure if they're still here, mentioned regarding Flanner and Van Wig. There was a report that came out on Van Wig's water quality a couple years ago, and I think we did attend to it. That's not an issue. I know that we have our BTA president who's literally from Van Wig, and I think we would all be so well damned if we let any of our school community be exposed to any type of water that was an issue there. I think it's just a matter when the testing was done, the historic pipings there had the higher concentration, but that's different from the plumbing system that is actually used for consumption. So again, just an assurity there, especially to you who's actually at the site. And then Van Wijk, just to, again, to just, for Flanner to confirm to members of the public who may not be fully aware, because I was only aware of Flanner like the year after I graduated, when me and some friends were like, what's this abandoned school? Let's go look at it. It's midnight, don't do that. But Flanner is hard to miss, and there's definitely the vacant lot that definitely is vacant, but we have our child development program there. That's where, our child development center director is based off, so I don't want them to get the impression that they're forgotten. But there was the concept of the green waste that was brought up even when I went to Baldwin Park City Council a couple of weeks ago, or months at this point. If we could maybe look into that, because I don't think we would allow any third party there. So I want to make sure that we're, protecting our actual community there. And then with the Personnel Commission, very serious allegations tonight that I think warrants us having a conversation. I appreciate them being brought up as a former commissioner. As a matter of fact, the commissioner who brought it up is the reason why they had my seat. So I feel very especially attached to the CSVA appointee and making sure or the Personnel Commission is not undermined. I think our director's still here, right? To clarify what my colleague said about the Personnel Commission, yes, we are independent, and she is right. The Personnel Commission has operational independence. They have their own director and staff. They have financial independence in the sense that they have their budget that we approve. It comes from the district's general fund, but then they spend it as they see fit. And of course, political independence in the sense that they have their commissioners who are separate from the board. They do not report to the board. Even our board appointee, we pick them. We don't direct them. CSVA's appointee is picked. It's not directed by them. And I know very well the joint appointee does not take their heed from the other two. But we do have to, one thing that I do want to counter that the Personnel Commission is not supposed to advocate for any which side. It's supposed to advocate for the merit system, not for the district, not for the employees explicitly, but for the principles of merit and that always as a system. There are sure considerations in terms of where does independence extend into. I know for a very well fact as a commissioner there for 6 years, 5 years as chair, that they don't have their own payroll office. They're not issuing their own warrants. They don't have their own HR office. They're not doing their own live scans and fingerprints and testing. They don't do their own requisitions. They inherently have to use district resources in order to function. Ed code requires that we give them a suitable office. I'm thinking that's ADA compliant, protect against fire and earthquake. Does that mean we have to give them Wi-Fi? Who's to say? Like there's certain things that integral part that they function as a part of the district. In terms of where the balance of that lay, I guess we don't necessarily need to find out because I don't think that's urgent now. But with the conversation or suggestion that the PC is being undermined, that is very concerning for me as a former commissioner. And I would love to get the views of the director and the CSCA president as well. I could reach out to him to see where they're at, because those are really important stakeholders to get a better understanding from the ground of what's going on. And I think it's important to go through them because again, the staff has their view, they're here every day, CSCA, they're here every day. And that still respects the commission's independence of the 3 commissioners for not having to answer before the board unless they voluntarily want to come, as one of the commissioners already did. Nothing stopping the other 2. If they also feel that way, they could come up if they'd like. That's fine. Did that. Oh, duh. I'm like, what am I missing? It's the flowers right here. While I have everyone in the room, I'm gonna make everyone kind of celebrate this person, because if I was to do this, once we actually approve the resolution, then it makes no sense because there'd be no one here. But we have a resolution tonight, it's item number 3, resolution 037-26, Administrative Professionals Day. And I would at this time like to acknowledge a senior administrative professional. Some would call her a senior administrative assistant. Our executive secretary to our superintendent of schools and board of education, Alexandra, who without her help, of course, we're honoring all administrative professionals throughout the district, but as a board, as a body, we cannot do the work without you. This district cannot function, weirdly enough, without you. You are a pinch point. Not saying you are integral as the bus driver or the custodian or the teacher, but in the bottleneck of things, you're kind of up there because we're kind of up there. Everywhere from agendas, from making sure we are providing everything we need to be successful here, coordinating with all the district units, with all the school sites. I know how much you love public ed, how much you love being in service of our students directly through this administrative role, through as many years as you've been at the school site and another district, to be now here. You've been here a month and some change before I joined the board. So we've been writing this thing together through ups and downs, negotiations, screaming people, not screaming people, getting CC'd in all the things that really, bring us concern, things that were like, oh, this again, all the things you've been there. So even though we have yet to proclaim it, I want to acknowledge you for administrative professional.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure serving you.
And the last thing there was an update to the board. I thank the boards of education of CSBA Region 23 of the East Los Angeles County, San Gabriel Valley region for re-electing you to the Delegate Assembly for another 2-year term. Very interesting. Let's see if I get that second year. Oh, definitely got this first couple months. And in that space to advocate at a state level for our students and educators and teams to make sure that we are getting funding. California's funding system is ridiculous. I would love to give, of course, our educators more funding in order to be competitive in their salaries. I would love to give more money so that our students have after-school programs and all the great materials on the instructional side. But we also operate with the realities of what is the current political landscape in California. So doing my small part in that larger body of mock House of Representatives to advocate for you all is an honor and a privilege, and especially to combat certain ideology because CSEA is skewed to rural areas of the state because it represents member boards, not necessarily, sorry?
CSBA.
Did I say B or E?
You said CSBA.
I meant B, excuse me. They have the exact same.
I know.
Yeah, it represents boards, not necessarily districts and bodies, so it's skewed a certain type of demographic, unfortunately. So to negate one vote is a high honor. But that's my comments there. And we got the last items is closed session. So this is item 1, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to government code section 54957.6, and then conference with legal counsel, potential litigations pursuant to government code section 54956.92 cases. And we will get clarification on the vagueness or not vagueness of that as well, in the spirit of making sure our public understands how to go about this. I think that's not an unreasonable ask. Item 3 is public employee discipline, dismissal, suspension, reassignment, release, non-reelection, non-reemployment, then consideration of stipulated expulsion agreement to waive the rights to a formal administrative hearing for expulsion order, and for a suspension of enforcement of the expulsion order pursuant to Ed Code section 48915C2 and 48900 at all. Escalate. Going to closed session at 8:09 p.m. Thank you very much.
And tonight is the first of 2 open forums for who's gonna leave school.
for life.
Good evening, we'll call the meeting back to order at 10:55 PM. Report of action taken in closed session, Madam Clerk.
In closed session on a motion by Ms. Flores and a second by Ms. Gonzalez, and a vote of 3 members approved, no members opposed, and 2 members abstained, the governing board took action to reject the liability claim 26-10 in the amount of $1,546.43. And also in closed session, the motion by Ms. Gonzalez and a second by Ms. Flores, and a vote of 5 members approved, no members opposed, no members abstained. The governing board took action to approve the Bassett expulsion panel recommendation case 2025-02 by expelling the student. And that is it.
For the item with the abstentions, can you do the roll call? I think the
Oh.
law requires the roll call.
Was it really?
When it's not unanimous, yes.
Okay, in the case of claim number 26-10, President Simontel, yes. Vice President Gonzalez, yes. Clerk Stanzioni abstain. Ms. Flores, member, yes, and Dolores Rivera, member, abstain.
Thank you very much. The hour appointed by board bylaw for the adjournment of the regular meeting having arrived, I move the board meeting be extended until all items pending are attended to. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, I'm sorry, who was second? I didn't hear
Ms.
that. Thank you,
Flores.
Ms. Flores. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion is carried. We'll go on to discussion, action discussion, informational items, approval of resolutions. Is there any objection to considering all resolutions in mass?
To what number?
It's 1 through
If I may,
11.
1 through
11.
1 through, 1 through 10. Because 11 you wanted postponed to the.
Oh,
next
that's right.
meeting.
Thank you so much.
Motion 1 through 10, resolutions 1 through 10.
Okay, so so is there a motion to, is that a motion to approve resolutions 1 through 10
1 through
Yes,
10.
second.
by Ms. Flores? Seconded by Ms. Rivera. Any discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion carried. Go on to item 10. This is, or excuse me, item 11, resolution 044-20.
Go back and do the
Can we
resolution.
do, I'm sorry, may I make a motion to table resolution 4426 to the next meeting, as well as number 3, appointment of board representatives to City of La Puente to the next meeting.
I second that motion.
Is that right?
Yes.
Did I say that right?
That's fine. All right, this is a motion to table, their approval resolutions, item 11, resolution number 044-26. And under discussion action, item 3, appointment of board representative to City of La Fuente. Made by Ms. Flores, seconded by Ms. Stanzioni. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Nay. 4-1, the motion is carried. We'll go on to item 2, superintendent search board review leadership profile report. Education Support Services ESS advisors recommend the Board of Education review and approve the superintendent leadership profile report. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Flores, seconded by Ms. Rivera. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, motion's carried. Consent calendar.
I'm sorry, before we move
Yeah,
on,
you wanna
may I make one
clarify
quick
it?
question? Was there a timing urgency on those resolutions that I'm sorry, on the resolution and action item that we tabled for the next one? Was timing an urgency thing there?
I don't believe so.
Okay, cool.
All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and removed from the consent calendar. Are there any items under consent a member would like to be pulled? Sorry. I'll request under item 1, superintendent's office, item 5, minutes of the regular board meeting on March 24th, 2026. Is there anything else? All right, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar with that exception?
So motion.
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Rivera. Is there a second?
Second.
seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. No discussion, roll call vote.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion carried. Superintendent Office, item 5, minutes of the regular board meeting of March 24th, 2026. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of March 24th, 2026. I make a motion to table. Is there a second?
Oh, I second.
Any discussion?
Yes, why are we tabling it?
I found a small error in the minutes as submitted that our senior administrative assistant I neglected to catch before it was published, so this would give us an opportunity to correct that. Any
Can
further
we
discussion?
vote on them with correction, or it has to be corrected?
We have to
before?
see it.
I guess we'd have
Yeah, we
to
have to see.
correct it. I just don't have the information right now. If you'd like to give me a couple minutes to pull the information. Okay. Any further discussion?
Do you want him to do it now or?
No, we'll go home.
Aye.
Okay. Stay till tomorrow.
Roll call vote. Aye.
Say aye.
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 Aye, motion's carried. Adjournment, the next regular board meeting will be held on May 19th, 2026. Adjournment of the regular board meeting of April 21st, 2026. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Flores. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Gonzalez. Roll call vote.
Aye.
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 Aye, we stand adjourned at 11:02 PM. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Okay, let me ask.